What's going on? Man, just taking care of business. Taking care of consultations, private trust. Figuring out how things work. Got the last pieces to do, I think the last 48 hours, so. Shoot. How's your week been? Oh wow. Yeah, I don't do none of that witchery. I'll be honest. They got real witches walking around looking like the fake ones. You gotta be careful with that. What's going on, Private National? Glad you locked in. That's what's up. Yeah, I'll be honest though. October 31st is Samhain. It's a witches festival. Samhain is October 31st. When they do witchery and all types of weird shit. It's a Gaelic festival. Yeah. It says bonfires, guising or mumming, divination, seining. Yeah. Yeah, I ain't gonna, when I have kids, I'm not letting them do that, for sure. Welcome, joining in. Open mic. Let me know what questions you got. Welcome. Thanks for joining. If you got a question, put it in the chat. I'll do my best to answer what I can. What's going on, Christine? Hope everybody's doing well. Hope everyone's staying safe. The abundance of credits. Identity theft. You have to file suit for it. I'm gonna be talking about that in the private class tomorrow, but so I can't go into too much detail because it touches on certain things in the private, but that's how it goes. It's identity theft. It involves the presumption of death, but presumption of death isn't the main thing I found out. But yeah, that's how you get it done. But as long as you get the prerequisites out of the way. That's how it's done. Yeah, you gotta prove you're not a minor. Minor is someone or something that can't speak for themselves. What's going on, global mindset? Yeah, we're gonna get it done. Like I said, I'm gonna be going over that one in the private class tomorrow. So, welcome to the chat. If you got a question, throw it in there. We'll see how it goes. More people join on later, I guess. Yep. Anybody got any questions to start off with? Welcome. If you got any questions, throw them in there. 1040 ES. I mean, there's stuff you can do with the ES, the estimated tax payment, that thing, but like I said, most of the time, if you're dealing with the merger of titles type thing, it's more like 1040 voucher and 1041 voucher. But, yeah. Yo, what's going on, John? That's wild. Yeah, no tricks up in here. We're not trying to play those games. Play stupid games, win stupid prizes. We're not here for stupid prizes, believe me when I tell you. Yeah, of course I have. Private national, that's how I've been reporting the capital gains. You have to use it. You have to do it the right way. You don't know the amounts on the private side, but you still have to use it. But like I said, I've gotten the coupons before to settle the liabilities. But yeah, 1099 OID is pretty much the only real way you can report the capital gains, especially like that. If you're talking about the Chevron case, I mean, like, they're losing a lot of power in that sense. Like, realistically, the more documents and certain things you establish and get back from these agencies, the less power they have overall. But, you know, there's certain things you can do to reclaim the entire accounts, and yeah, if you're talking about that, then yeah, you still got a couple things to do to withdraw from certain programs. But, you know, Social Security, you know, different state contracts, things like that. But yeah, I mean, generally speaking, they're losing more and more jurisdiction. I mean, it's just kind of how it goes. But that being said, there's still things you got to do. Rescission of, unconscionable contracts, which are really just trusts. Stuff like that. But yeah. But it's really just what can you express? Because like even there's a whole bunch of different agencies: child support, driver's license, DMV, all that. Well, okay, so you have to realize what these are. They're securities. Like I went over in that video. It's they're the applications and the other things like that CPA said. They're considered unilateral executory promises. They are glorified promissory notes. So. Yeah. Private national, yeah. I would probably. I mean, you're gonna have to go to court for enforcement anyway. Especially if they haven't rebutted it. Like I said, you do the process, but you still gotta get declaratory relief, which is, the court order stating that either specific performance, they gotta process the note, or what have you. But yeah, you're going to have to go to court for declaratory judgment or to compel them to do whatever they do, whatever, relief or remedy that you're actually seeking in the court. You're going to have to get it ordered from a judge to be able to enforce it over that party. Because a private administrative process, it's really just prima facie evidence, to be honest with you. You still got to go to court to get the decree or the order. But yeah, generally speaking, it's most likely going to be a petition. And then, you'll have to figure out whether or not it's like an actual complaint or it's a petition, ex parte or something like that. So that'll be put more in due diligence and required. Well, the executor is an officer of the estate. So technically, the only real officers of the court are the clerk of the court and the notary. The judge is just the trier of facts. But if there's nothing really to be tried, it's all evidentiary, then it changes the way the court operates. But I mean, the executor is an officer of the estate. And court is just the paperwork, so. If there's no executor acting on behalf of the estate in their proper capacity, then the judge is presumed to be executor, which is why he's an executor de suntort. So if you go into court with any other title, you're really risking it, because now you're leaving that up to the judge. That's really just how it is. Because I tried it one time. You don't want to be even a private trustee, you don't want to be that in court. So, because then the judge can still claim executor and then you're stuck. Like I did that before. Don't do it. No. I learned the hard way on that one. But yeah. Good question though. But yeah, I mean, realistically, like, The judge is the presumed executor. He's really the administrator. The plaintiff is considered the beneficiary, the one making the claim. The defendant is presumed to be the trustee in breach of trust or breach of fiduciary duties. Who else is there? The bailiff is the receiver of the property. And the clerk is just the issuer of the papers, and then and the sheriff is just the one that has to execute the papers in the public. Our courts, tribunals, depends on which court. In the public, most of the time, yes. Most of the time anywhere in the public, generally speaking, they're just military tribunals. Equity, as it's originally is all in chambers, all in private. It's all in camera, all under seal. It's all dealing with the private side of the courts. So if you're looking to get, go into equity, you're looking to seal the case or seal the records, because they're not going to be able to handle whatever it is in the public. But that's how you handle that. And, when you deal with that type of thing, you're looking for like a notice of interest, a statement of interest, which is under the supplemental rules of admiralty. You're petitioning for a protective order and things like that. So Yep. But absolutely, traffic court is commercial court. It's a military tribunal. Certain most superior courts are considered military tribunals because of certain acts that I can't go into why, but they are military jurisdictions under territorial jurisdictions. There are even the appellate courts. The appellate courts are all just appellate courts of the corporation. So, I mean, mind you, what they issue are considered summary judgments. However, they're pretty damning over entities that are within their jurisdiction, which is why you still have to enforce them using the courts. The SKV Act mandates that you go upon an action, which is a court action, and to recover the estate. So you still gotta go to court to get declaratory relief. But I mean, I don't know. It just depends. Like, the actual orders that they issue, the decrees, and the writs, those are the actual orders. But like I said, their court is from a corporation. They're not acting in the de jure capacity. It doesn't mean it's not going to be binding on certain aspects, but you have to remember that if you're considered a public entity in the public too, even temporarily while you're doing all this, then you're still going to want to maintain clean hands with the courts. But yeah, excellent question too. Any questions, put them in there. Now is the time. No time like the present. But yeah, my favorite place is to not be in the courts, not physically, because if your body is considered the estate, it's not a good idea to hand over general jurisdiction. Not when they don't have it already. Welcome to the chat. You got questions? Put it in there. I'll do my best to answer them. Grateful to have everyone on. So we got an open mic. Just want to make sure to this is the time where I just really want to help people get questions answered. So. All these people out here dressing up for this Samhain, this Halloween. They don't even know what it is. It's a ritualistic occasion that they use for actual witches and sorcerers. And everybody's going around celebrating, thinking it's something good. Sheesh. Yeah, I don't participate in any of them. Like I said, I do my best to keep the actual holy days, like the feast days, like it says in the Torah and the Tanakh. I'm not perfect, and we're still in captivity, but I do what I can. But yeah, Halloween origins, it's from Samhain. It's the same day, October 31st. But yeah. But yeah, when you're in the courts, just make sure you're thorough, writing document numbers on everything, page numbers on everything, and the footer or the header. And you line it all up. All the duties have been satisfied and paid. The things notarized that need to be notarized, things that don't, don't sign, executed. And make sure that you cross your T's and dot your I's. The papers go before you and represent you. So, however you present the papers is generally how they see you. Let me know what question. Administrative agencies concerning CAP's names seek information or investigate actions. Is this seek information or investigate actions? Is this their nature? Not quite sure what you mean by that, John. Are you talking about what they do, or are you talking about what we should be doing? Because their entire point is to get leverage over people. You got to understand, this is all leverage and collateral. These people are famous for blackmail, and all blackmail is the use of leverage of some damning secret, or for lack of a better word, that they use to compel somebody to do something against their will. So that's what they do to everyone. It's essentially blackmail. Yeah, no, that's what they do. They want to know as much as they possibly can about you without letting you know anything about them. They don't want you to come back at them. They don't want liability. So that's what you got to bring. Liability. Because everybody's liable for their own actions. They might try to say they're not, but somebody got to be a surety on that corporation or that business. So you gotta know how to operate on that one. Especially when they're put in a position of trust with personal information, like creating a fiduciary relationship, expressing that, Form 56 is pretty helpful. It doesn't matter where you hold the record or not. That's when it comes to how is your estate being held. Are you creating trust relations, or are you just creating debtor-creditor relations? So, the fiduciary is another a higher title of trustee. FID means to trust. And that's what it means. So you got to create the proper relationships to prove everything. It actually doesn't matter if you hold the record or not. Since they assume those roles, they have to essentially make sure that they're good. And if not, it's inaccurate. Yeah, it's really all trust because, like I said, since, HCR 192, Public Law 73-10, everything is a trust. So there's no consideration publicly. So everything is considered a trust. Because you have to have like offer, acceptance, mutuality of obligation, meeting of the minds, or like, competence and comprehension, understanding, consideration and and a lot of sometimes a written instrument. So since there's no valuable consideration, no mutuality of obligation, all these things are trusts. That's why you have to, it acts like a contract, but really it's a trust. No, they defaulted on the gold in 1933. So no, there's not been any de jure contracts like that since before 1933. That's why you keep hearing about pre-1933 equity, because it's talking about real substance. So that's why certain matters can only be handled in chambers. Right, they voided the gold clause, exactly. That was the main issue behind all of this. That's why there's certain things, the way to discharge debts, because all of it is fictional debt anyway. But I mean, that's essentially what they do. They voided out the gold clause. They voided, took away the means of payment. They tried to say you couldn't require any contracts within the corporation in gold. So they don't have anything really. It's a bankrupt corporation. Wood tally sticks? Like, what you mean? Gold and silver has always been lawful money. It was put that way even in the Torah. Gold and silver conduct electricity and energy very, very easily too, so that's also why. Gold and silver is used in almost all these electronics too. So they have inherent value as well, not just, extrinsic value. The UK Middle Ages, it's always been gold. You go back as far as you can, it's either barter trade or gold. Gold or silver. Shekels of gold or silver. Some people might have traded with wood chips, but that sounds more like poker chips than anything. And a gambling hall. But yeah, gold and silver has always been the lawful money. Anything else, it's just been a replacement, a poor replacement. But yeah, I mean, and that's the thing about, I mean, the gold is, it's always been the money. So that's why there's certain things there. Yeah. Animals are the real wealth. Like, where was it? What was it? It was, I wonder if I have it on here. Is it cat? Have it. It says pecunia dicitur a pecus omnes enim veterum divitae in animalibus consistebant. The Latin name for money is derived from animals. That is the original source of wealth. If you had cattle, or even today, like a horse is like, it costs almost $1 million a year just to take care of a horse. Like, animals and livestock are very valuable, even to this day. Like, goats, I want to say, go from like anywhere from $400 to $500. Horses are at the cheapest a couple grand, all the way up to thousands and thousands of dollars. You know, donkeys, a couple grand, I want to say. Just depends on what you're going for. Like, you know, and it takes a lot of time, a lot of effort to train animals and stuff. Yeah, I mean, animals, they have value here today too. But most people don't have the resources or the things to be able to take care of them, because everybody's a debtor and a slave. Everybody's dealing with convict leasing, the birth certificates. So they're sent to the mines, where they mine for personal information. That's what's going on. Yeah, animals have value over here, everywhere. They still have value. So it's just people's mentality changed. That's what happened. But yeah, like, eventually I'll get a bunch of livestock and stuff like that. I love animals. They don't have a reason to lie. Shoot. People have more reason to lie than animals do. Animals, they can't lie with their energy, and they know. Hey, look it up. I can't go into super detail, but that's what's going on. Convict leasing. And before, it used to be called just indentured servitude. Being an indentured servant is better than this. Instead of being a wage slave. Shit. And at least with an indentured servant, they gotta pay for your housing and your food and your board. You ain't gotta worry about none of that. But this, shit, I work you to death. But yeah, I mean, the times today are so much worse than they were before. People just don't get it. Most people have no idea. Like, but that's why you gotta prove certain things in the court to go back in time. Generally speaking, yes, until you prove that it's not a general deposit. A general deposit is gone and invested in the gambling with the W-2s and the W-4s. Now, you know, depending on your status, you can go exempt. You know, W-4, things like that. W-8 Ben. But, yeah. But, I mean, if you don't do anything, yeah, then it's considered wager. Oh, and you're gambling with the funds and the investment. You are the investment, that's why. So, They want their investment to make money for them. That's why they have you work so much. That is the Matrix, the invisible cage, the prison with no doors, cells, or bars. That entraps and encapsulates everything. It's all in the mind. Intangible obligations. And duties, obligations, specific performance required. That's what's going on right now. Everybody's liable for the debts and duties of these corporations when you can't be unless you're a corporation yourself. But there is a way out. I will say that. There is a way out. The same way you got into it, it's the same way you get out. Same way, by way a thing is constituted is the same way it is destroyed or dissolved. To be honest, the courts I don't know. I mean, I'm not familiar with Title IV, but to be honest, the courts aren't going under anything like that. They're going under Roman canon law. Everything is dealing with the bishop and the Catholic Church. So, if you're talking about like that's the highest jurisdiction, no. Like we're realistically under Roman canon law. But there's still certain statutory presumptions you have to rebut. So, yeah, you do got to take care of those, honestly. But yeah, like I said, I don't really teach constitutional law because the Constitution isn't the law of the land. The law of the land is the Treaty of Paris, done in 1783, and the yeah, it's exactly what they do. They're looking to acquire abandoned property in the public. But the Hamilton versus Eaton, 1796, stated that the supreme law of the land is the Treaty of Paris, 1783. In that same case, the British recovered a debt against I think an American citizen or someone here, and they were successful in that recovery of debt. So everybody is subject to, at least with estates and trust laws, they're subject to British rule. At least in the public. But yeah, that's what's going on. So make sure you're getting your trusts in order. Make sure you're getting your estates settled. Make sure you're getting your status corrected, rebutting presumptions of death, things like that. Yeah, but you gotta know that's that time Paris, France was Paris, Texas. It just wasn't called Paris, Texas, but it's the same place today. They have an Eiffel Tower. They have all kinds of stuff. It wasn't overseas. It never was. They just lied. Because there were 6 flags that flew over Texas. That's why they have the theme park, 6 Flags. One of those flags, other than the Spanish, was the French. Which is why you have Paris, Texas. And at that time, it was known as Paris, France. But yeah, that's why you got to do this stuff, because honestly, like, a lot of this stuff is hidden. You know, it's not very well known, it's not very well talked about. There's a whole bunch of deceptions, but it's because you have so many different narratives as far as history goes, that there's so many differing opinions and a lot of disinformation. So yeah, you gotta weed through a lot of that and basically just find out that what's really going on and how it started. Once you know how it started, it's way easier to trace how it gets back to today. So to know how to get out of something, you gotta know where it started. It's like working both ends of a rope. You'll eventually find where it meets. They tried to. Don't get me wrong, like, they tried to complicate everything. That's why they got everybody talking about this constitutional law. That's why they got everybody trying to be a patriot. That's why they put out these different false movements to make people look incompetent and make them incompetent. That's why they did all that stuff. They did try to obfuscate the remedy, but they can only do so much. They can only do so much, because once you get past certain presumptions and you handle things the right way, there's really no point for them to lie. Because, once you get it done right, I mean, what can they say? I mean, you're talking real things. You're talking trust law and equity. In chambers, in camera, under seal, sealed records, protective orders, things like that. And you're able to basically just go in and use maxims, use particular case laws, very limited other things, and you're able to get what you need. Scripture. That's how you compel them. So, any questions, put them in the chat, and I'll do my best to answer them. So, but yeah, that's really what's going on. That's why they did complicate a lot, but when you know, and it's just like they can't, you just see it. It just, But yeah, honestly, it's not nearly as hard anymore, especially since I figured out identity theft because of my associate. I had most of the pieces, but that kind of helped. And then, because what are they doing? They're stealing the identity, the ID, and the entity. They broke it apart. That's all they did. They broke the mirror. So you gotta put the mirror back together so you can go through it like Neo in the Matrix. It is considered a legacy filing, but it's still considered a debt. So everybody trying to get access to the TDA and stuff like that, you gotta settle those accounts. Those are just accounts that need to be settled. And if you're going out and spend them like money, you're falling into a trap. QSIPs and bonds and all that stuff, all that does is increase the national debt. You're not actually supposed to spend those. So, yeah. Do we have to sue everywhere the fictitious person is on file? No. That's why I'm going about it the way I'm going about it. Like I said, identity thefts. I'm going to talk about it tomorrow in the private class, but you know, there's some parts to it. You got to go about it the right way. You know, look up notice of interest and statement of interest and the supplemental rules of admiralty, and then go look up protective orders and filings under seal, and you'll kind of get where I'm going with it, because it has to be handled in the private. It cannot even be addressed in the public realm. So you have to handle, you know, all that equitably. But yeah, no, you don't have to sue every single person to get all that. No, believe me, I've heard those types of things before, and that's just not feasible. The amount of creditors and people that took an interest in the estate, it's unreasonable to even consider that, to be honest. I've seen the DTC, or like the GMEI records, and there were hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of records. So to be able to sue all those companies is insane. And like I said, when you do it right, there's an order for discharge, so I don't gotta worry about that so much. Welcome on. Any questions, put them in the chat, and I'll do my best to answer them. But yeah, it's getting a lot simpler now. The biggest things to it is trust. They need directives, but don't know. Yeah, you do. You have to give them trust directives, or they get a little touchy when you start calling it certain things. But a directive is you're giving directions. It's more like an instruction type thing. It's not necessarily so harsh. Or, you know, but yeah, you have to give directives. But like I said, don't go ordering around the judge and other things in the public. That's how you get yourself in a whole mess of trouble. People who have been killed for less. Don't do things on the public side of the court like that. Remember, they got a show to uphold. That's all they want. They just don't want to be the patsy that has to bear the blame. So don't give them a reason to come after you. That's why you want to stay in honor. You want to maintain clean hands, and you don't want to go ruffling a whole bunch of feathers. Not in the public. Not in the public. Catch what I'm saying? Not in the public. Trust directives have to be given, but not in the public. Cases is a public charitable trust, and it goes by statute and public policy until you change the presumption and seal the record. So, I'm not saying you can't give directives as far as once you prove it's a trust, but like I said, you can't prove it's a trust unless you seal the record or have and bring it in camera or something like that. You talking about crypto? I mean, you can have digital assets, but that's not the only place that, you know, that ledger, that's just one ledger. You still have to find, you know, you have to set up a trust to hold that ledger. A ledger is just an accounting or an account. You still got to have something to hold it. You hold it in. I mean, that's what the trust is there for. But yeah, I mean, you can use digital assets, but just like I said, you just, and I mean, I would put them on a physical ledger, but yeah, But that, the thing about that is, yeah, that like, especially with like centralized currency, crypto like Bitcoin and maybe even Ethereum now. I don't know if it's been centralized or if it's still DeFi, but yeah, Bitcoin, I mean, I really don't have too much in Bitcoin or anything like that right now. I really don't. Like I said, I'll get some, some stuff later. But like I said, I'm focusing on my papers right now, because you don't get them papers straight, you're not really gonna have the amount of stuff to be able to convert into crypto and all that. But yeah. But I mean, I would use a physical ledger, yeah. Because digital ledgers are only as good as the software or the service that is provided. But like I said, I don't have too much right now, and I'm just working on getting this stuff done. But yeah, and they got all that, like the digital currency, all that. That's just US dollar coin, USDC. Like, they've had it for a solid minute, and it's considered a stable coin, so it's valued at the same thing as the dollar. So they're moving swiftly to that, very quickly. So, but yeah, I just want to get my stuff and get done. Oh, it was a promise to protect. Okay, that's good to know. I kind of figured, because it's listed on most of the centralized exchanges, but yeah. What's going on, Carissa? Yeah. Yeah. Any questions? Today's the day. Floor is open. And the mic is hot. We live here, so it's live here. But yeah, things are gonna change. I hope everybody's been setting up their trusts, their foreign express trusts and things like that. I mean, that's kind of a part of it. I mean, that goes more into like, when you're really classified as living, you're always gonna be, you're not a corporation. So, as long as you're not considered property or of a corporation or a corporation yourself, then that's different. Hey, don't feel bad, Carissa. I've been handling that same type of thing. Does the name change or DBA from first? I mean, it would be beneficial to do the DBA. You don't necessarily have to file the paper before you go put it in the court case. But I put my DBA in my name change case, so it helped me a great deal. Took away a lot of discretion that they would have had. So, I mean, I did do that, but, you can still get it done without it, but it's much, much easier if you do the DBA first. That's cool. That's what's up, Carissa.
Yeah, you got to, because like I said, any LLCs, that BOI report to FinCEN is coming very, very soon, and they don't care whether you have any capital gains to report or not. They are creating a registry of all the beneficial owners of LLCs, and you gotta file it by January 1st, otherwise there's hefty fines. So if you're the personal owner, you're going to be liable for a lot of capital gains because they've increased that capital gains tax. So I'll make sure you're working on them trusts. Get it done early rather than later, because you got, like I said, you got till January 1st to file that beneficial ownership information report, that BOI report to FinCEN. I've already done mine. I got to do one for my other business and stuff. I still got to deal with that. But yeah. It's gonna be interesting though. See what happens next year. I want to be done by then. Everything that's going on now. Woo-wee. I don't want to play no games. Yeah, I have a post about it. I think it was my last or second to last post, where I talked about the BOI or filings, the website you can use to file it. And like I said, I'll set up the trust first and get the EIN for the Foreign Express Trust. But yeah, definitely something you got to look into, because I'm telling you, it's gonna come fast. Don't wait till the last minute, let me tell you. But yeah. No, what are you talking about? You set that up yourself. The court has no say in that. The court don't have no say in that particular trust. If you need help setting that up, I do have a service, but like I said, that has to be done very specifically, and the court is not involved in the setup. There's so many different trusts that you're administering in the public. Most of them were not created, a lot of them were not created by you, but you have to create your own, so you control the terms. Yeah, you want to make sure that it does not pass the court test. You're still going to have an entity that does, technically, except that it's owned by a foreign entity and things like that. But yeah, you're going to have to make sure that, because if the courts can exercise jurisdiction over it, it's considered a black trust. If it's a private citizen and all that, it's got the rights and certain things, and it's a white trust. That's how it's set up. But yeah, trust is the only way to it's the only way to operate in the public these days. If you're doing anything outside of trust, debtor, creditor, and all that, you're going to be in a world of hurt. I'm telling you. You can't get rid of debt with debtor, creditor. You really just can't. Not if there's no money. Man, this whole game these people play. Yeah. You gotta get it done. Get it done. And honestly, like, yeah, you'd be surprised how much like flexibility you have with administration and trust. It gets a lot easier to manage assets and manage businesses and things like that. So it gets way easier in that regard. So yeah, and I covered a lot of that in the private classes and in the replays of private classes. The replays are specifically for the members of the the workshop, but that's what I do every Friday. And there's certain reasons why it has to be private. It has nothing to do with money. So it's really just, like I said, it's for the protection of people, myself and others, because there's certain things that cannot go into the public trust. You have to know how to operate, the difference between what goes on in the public and what goes on in the private. Yeah, the BOI report is how you do that. The LLCs, so what a beneficial ownership information report is, it says who is the beneficial owner. It's the same thing like a W-8 BIN. It says the certificate of beneficial ownership. So what you're basically certifying is who has the beneficial ownership of the income and assets of the LLC. That's what you're filing. So before, you never had to report it. Now they're making sure that you have to report it, and they're phasing this in for all LLCs. So you have to basically state that the trust owns it and all that. So that's why they have the corporate structure set up. All these big businesses, all these different places, they have domestic entities owned by foreign entities, and the foreign entities control the domestic businesses. That's how you have to operate, because like I said, there's a corporation there. You got a corporation people are dealing with. You got ongoing bankruptcies that people are dealing with. So you have to do that. There's no other way. There's no money to pay anything with. So yeah, right. Yeah, it's not just for tax purposes. It's for protecting what assets you already have. It's for essentially just maintaining the properties, asset protection, things like that. It's what you're just putting what you already were lawfully entitled to have in a trust to protect against fictional debts that shouldn't really even be there. You're not voiding the debts or anything. You're still satisfying and settling those, but that's a different topic. So yeah, when you do it properly though, it comes with a lot of benefits, quite a number of benefits. So that's why I teach trusts and equity, because there's so much potential in them. But yeah, I just want people to learn equity and understand what the different methods are, the different procedures, subrogation, substitution, assignment, attachment, merger of titles, trust merger, winding up trusts, things like that. Yeah, that's really how everything's operated. You still gotta know like a tiny bit of contract law just to be able to understand like how contracts work and how they're presumed to work in the public. But I mean, most everything is equity. There's no substance. It's always the res. That's why they talk about res judicata. And
res ipsa loquitur or res ipsa duzi and things like that. You know, that's why they always talk about the res. It's always trust. It's always estates. And estates are trusts. That's why you have to understand trust law to get anywhere. It's just a statutory or black trust and private trust or the white trusts. So that's how you get all the change, all the you know, the restoration of a state and the restoration of the corpus and the res and all that. That's how you change the status of the parties, through trust. They broke the mirror and they made it inverted you. They presumed you to be the trustee, but you're the grantor beneficiary. Yeah, the whole chart thing where it talks about different. Yeah, that's an excellent point. Yeah, a trust doesn't have to file certain things, whereas a corporation has to file everything. You know, and there's so many more requirements that LLCs and other things have to file certain ways, and then trusts don't have to. So, yeah, that's an excellent resource. Wise Concise Trustee Handbook. Gilbert's Summaries on the Law of Trusts. Corpus Juris Secundum, Book 90. What else? Treatise on the Law of Trust by Lewin, 1888. Gibson's Suits in Chancery. Restatements on the Law of Trust, 2nd and 3rd. What else? American jurisprudence has some things, although I prefer Corpus Juris Secundum and restatements. Blackstone's Commentaries on the Laws of England is good. What else is there? What else is there? No, there's a few things. Dang, what else? There is... But I mean, those are the main ones for trust. Those are excellent resources. There's plenty of other books too, but those are some of the key ones there. Oh, another one is I think it was a law review. Can't recall which college it was, but it's like The Nature and the Rights of the Cestee. That was a good one. That was an excellent one, actually. Nature and the Rights of the Cestee. Yeah. You know, general executors manuals, things like that. Those are good as well. You'd be surprised how many banks and other financial institutions give like guides and little things on the duties of executors and things like that. Oh, yeah. That sounds good too. Especially the NOLO books and the state, the for dummies type things. Yeah, they break it down. They really do. But I mean, those are some good resources, especially to study trust and estate law. That's how you get it. Once you study books like that, it becomes way easier. Way easier. Gilbert's breaks it down in layman's. Wise Concise Trust tells you how to do the trusts right. Still got to look in the internal revenue manuals, but Corpus Juris Secundum tells you the details. Suits in Chancery with Gibson tells you how the pleadings are supposed to be set up in equity.
else. Yeah, and it goes on from there. But yeah, that's what goes on. And it makes sense the more longer you go on. It gets a lot easier, to be honest. So, but yeah. Like I said, specific doctrines, they're beneficial. Trust merger of titles, assignment of collateral, how trusts are funded and formed, certain matters and charges, subrogation, substitution, and then assignment of the rights to prosecutors, certain things like that. No, they are not considered legal entities because legal entities are statutory or incorporated into the state. They are considered equitable entities that have standing and cognizance solely in equity. So that's why there's a difference between legal and lawful. Trusts are still recognized as valid entities, but they only consider what they can see as legal or valid in their jurisdiction. Because they deal in the realm of the dead. That's why you're dealing with corpses and dead things, dead bodies. That's what you're dealing with in that realm. So, but yeah, awesome. Yeah, and that's how it goes though. Like, because, yeah, that's something to be aware of, is like why I talk about equity so much is trusts are seen solely in equity. They're not really, seen or recognized in at-law proceedings like that. They trample on all over them. So, like I said, in equity, that's where trusts have power. It's where they're able to be seen, and that's where they're able to be handled, how they operate, things like that. But yeah, I prefer operating in trust, but like I said, you still need like LLCs and other things owned by trust to be able to operate in the public. You gotta set up that business. Set up that business and set it up right. Yep, that's how you got to do it. It's just a means to move in trade, international trade and barter and exchange. You're not really looking to go into commerce because that's the law of the sea. But international trade and barter, that's different. Barter and exchange transactions are way different. Trusts can go in many different jurisdictions, but legal entities like LLCs and corporations, they are considered dead entities. Trusts they can bridge that gap because inter vivos trusts can only be set up by someone living. Things like that. No, they can't restrict your right to international trade or the contract. That's why they have the antitrust statutes, the Clayman and the Sherman Acts. That's why, it's codified under Title 15, like subsection 1, 2, and like
the remainder thereafter. That's why they have certain things, like they have certain maxims say that, you know, commerce is not something to be monopolized, and they're talking about, like, you know, internet, like trade, the old commerce, not the stuff they're talking about now. So they can't restrict that. You know, that's different. They're not able to do that. But yeah, that's something inherent. You have to be able to trade and barter and exchange to obtain goods and services. That's something that doesn't really trade. That's any society. So they can't hinder that. That's what the antitrust statutes are for. Clayton and Sherman Acts. When you read them under Title 15, it makes a lot of sense. That's why all these antitrust suits break up, you know, all that stuff. That's what Christian Walters was talking about. Antitrust suits. Bust up monopolies. I mean, I could do a class on, realistically, like, they gave you a means to interface. You just have to claim it first. And that's why. I mean, realistically, you're not... I mean, you can go and sue them, like, you know, certain things, but you gotta be pretty careful, because you start dealing with monopolies like that, you're dealing with people's pockets. And it just depends on whose pockets they are. But yeah, I mean, antitrust suits are important. You know, it's mainly proving that they have a monopoly. But like I said, you're gonna the biggest challenge is that they don't want to lose those monopolies. So a lot of times, you already know that the courts go along with the bigger businesses because they run the economy. So, those acts. I mean, I can. It's like the first part of Title 15, really. It's, you know, tomorrow I'm gonna be going over like identity theft and things like that. But I don't, you know, I haven't focused on those per se as much. I know how they work because I've read into and seen how many cases, you know, actually succeed against like Google and these big Meta and these big companies for antitrust. That's like the main thing busting these things and upside the head. That's really it. And antitrust, because they have absolute monopolies on society. But like I said, those type of suits become extremely dangerous because you affect the precedent, the entire realm, essentially. So you're going against very, very powerful private interests when you try to do it that way. But yeah, I mean, it's definitely something you can use, like, parts of, but like I said, it's a little, you want to use it sparingly and in the right context. And I generally wouldn't use it as the primary cause of action. Yeah. It's not bad to read, though. I suggest people go read it. Gives you an understanding of what's possible. And why there's no checks greater than 100 million. You read the antitrust, yeah, you'll find out. But yeah, small corporations and C corporations. An S corp is basically, even if it's not taxed like that, as long as it's like an LLC or something else that can be owned, other than like a nonprofit. Nonprofits can't be owned like that. They're owned by the state. They're considered nonprofits. 501c3s are considered charitable trusts, public charitable trusts. But LLCs and corporations classified as small corporations, they can be owned because they're owned by their shareholders. So, generally, like, yeah, You know, if because the difference between an S corp and a C corp, again, none of this is tax advice, none of this is financial advice, none of this is legal advice, but you know, S corps can be taxed, like I said, once, and it's to the shareholders, so they pass the liabilities to the shareholders because they own the thing. C corps get taxed twice because not only do the shareholders get taxed, the entity itself gets taxed. So it's better for they do that when they're dealing with like certain business, you know, large revenues and things like that. That's when they go to a C corp and stuff like that. So that's why they want to avoid capital gains, because they, you know. But yeah, and that, you know, an S corp could be owned by a trust, so can an LLC. Yep. See, that's the election that people are supposed to be paying attention to, whether you're classifying as an S corp or a C corp. Taxed once or taxed twice. That's what people need to be paying attention to. It ain't this voting stuff. Why would you vote for a presidential? The popular vote don't control. Like, it's all election of how you're taxed. No, that's okay. So generally speaking, like, when LLCs are set up, I think, you know, and you just get a regular EIN for it, it's taxed like a partnership until you elect to be either, you know, treated like an S corp or a C corp. You know, and I'm pretty sure even if you're taxed like a partnership, you can still have private ownership. But yeah, I think there's more benefits if you can get taxed like an S corp, at least on an LLC. You don't necessarily have to do that just to file it under an LLC. It can be taxed like a partnership, the standard way that they do LLCs. But yeah, I would just make sure you get the trust in order. And then, you know, there still might be like duties to report in certain things if you still got filings to make under the LLC itself, even after it's done and owned. You know, you might be able to claim certain things as losses because certain things are expenses coming out of it, but you know, but yeah, there still might be filing requirements per se for the LLC, but like I said, it just depends on what you're doing. Yeah. Right. That's what it is. But like, you got to remember too, a sole prop, all the liabilities and all that stuff passes to the owner of the sole prop. That's why I say it's like an S corp. Sole props and S corps are like pretty much kind of the same thing. Yeah, like, you know, and like I think it does get filed on the Schedule C and the 1040, but yeah, or as a partnership or as a paper, you know, S corp or C corp. So yeah, it's kind of up to you. That's when it comes down to how are you going to file taxes. There's benefits to a lot of them, but you know, generally speaking, you don't want to necessarily have to do a whole bunch of 1040 type stuff. It's better to do like a 1041, you know, type style return, but that's up to your own personal situation. Like, I can't tell you what you're going to need for that part. But yeah, I'm definitely gonna get to that point. And then the other thing too is people don't even consider, like, when you set up certain express trusts, they don't necessarily have to be foreign. You can set up domestic ones too. And then domestic express trusts don't have the same filing requirements as like an LLC or like, you know, corporation or something else like that. So there's plenty of different options as far as entities. I think just most people just assume you have to set up an LLC. You know, it does help with liability purposes, but you know, but yeah. Yep.
That's why you always see doctors and lawyers with a PLLC, or professional limited liability company. Yeah. And yeah, because honestly, the other thing too is there's a lot of deductions out there too. Like, there's so many deductions. Like, you could, if you just research like write-offs and like tax credits, you'd be surprised how many tax credits and things like that there are. Like, clarify the creditor's approach to payment is just the main reason for its creation. I mean, to be honest, I'm not like, there's certain portions where the trust does interact with certain things in the UCC, but like I said, the tender of payment 3-603, like satisfaction and accord, or accord and satisfaction. So there's like select things that you use, like without prejudice, UCC 1-308. You don't actually use the code itself. You just say without prejudice, but yeah, there's like, all it did was codify what was already there, and that was under Lex Mercatoria, or merchant law merchant. That's all it did. It was really just there for that. I mean, these are practices that have stemmed back, from merchants way back in, older times. So, generally speaking, though, that even that, the liens and the perfection of liens is generally considered maritime. Some of it is considered, I guess but generally speaking, it's debtor, creditor, and maritime, because you're dealing with admiralty, securities, and things like that. Some of it can be in trust, but the UCC is all just merchant law. There's still other ways to like file equitable liens and things like that. Non-UCCs, things like that. But yeah, it's a curatorship or a conservatorship. Then you got the probate court, like a guardianship. And then with the state, you got a cooperative and a partnership with the state. You get all these ships dealing with vessels and dry dock. All these ports. The court is a dry dock. The ports are dry docks. Anytime you get service on the entity with the courts and things like that, or judiciaries, those are dry docks. That's when the vessel comes into land, and they determine whether or not what happens to the vessel. Because they're considering you, or someone else to be the master of your vessel. Right. It's privateering and plundering under piracy and, piracy and privateering. And under the applicable codes and statutes. That's why copyrights determine the rights of the name or a phrase, so that you can reserve your rights, titles, and interests. And copyright is a trust. It's a trust action. That's why you can bring an action for infringement of copyright, because it's a breach of trust, that someone else has breached your trust or your right to determine whether copies will be made of that res or not.
because they're sitting out here plundering intellectual property. Oh yeah, you got to, Carissa. You got to. I have like several fee schedules recorded already. The one I like the most is the Tammy Peppermint one. She had 2 different fee schedules, one for the all caps and one for upper and lower. The one in upper and lower was in gold. The one in all caps is legal tender. But yeah, that's a must. You have to have that to be able to invoice them. Is that in the drive? I gotta check if it is. I don't know if it is or not. I'll see. I should have I don't know if I have a template. I thought I had a John Doe template. I'm not sure. But I can definitely send you the PDF example, you know, if you want to. I just don't know if I have one that's like a John Doe template where it's transcribed already. I definitely can send you the file though, but it's very straightforward. I just did it exactly as it says on there. Just changed my information and did all that. Have you done the Tammy Peppermint executor papers and the discharge and all that? Because that does go along with it. The ordinance of estates. I don't know if I put it in the drive. I know that I put some of it. If you type in Tammy, T-A-M-I, it might pop up, but I'm not sure. I gotta go back and check. Just send me an email or text later and remind me. But yeah, Tammy Peppermint docs are a must. Absolutely. Yeah. Any questions, put them in there. Like I said, court stuff, you know, trusts, equity, administrative law, rule of signatures, rules of forms, you know, things like that. Some jurisdiction stuff we can talk about. Yeah, there's plenty that, yeah. Like I said, let me know. Use your imagination. Hey, yo. Let me see what I got. Some other important maxims. This is important. Whosoever negligently ruins another man's property or takes it away by force or evil fraud, let him lose his own. I mean, you can get stuff done like that, Niles, but there's other stuff, like I said. Thank you, Niles. I mean, I've heard of things like Boris was talking about, you know, with $1 money orders. Like, I don't know his process on that. I've heard that he got some success to it. I don't know. I think he did mention he was dealing with some charges because of it, but he knew how to handle the cases. I don't know. I've heard of some things like that. Not gonna lie. I've heard of some stuff. Like, as far as that process, I'm like not particularly entirely sure what he did. But I mean, yeah, you're along the right track. The other aspect of it I can't really touch on even, but in the private classes I can. So if you want to join the classes, it's just, you know, it's $200 for about everything to the member. Anonymity and there's everyone in the classes, but and for the safety and the because of the level of things we talk about. But yeah, if you want to join, let me know. Circuit 2. Which one? That's a good one. Oh yeah, the ecclesiastical court has no right over those things which are a matter of common law. See, this is why you have issues with the people have issues with the DOT and the DMV and the port authorities, because it says a sentence of the transportation takes away those things alone which come to the treasury. If it doesn't get imported, it ain't a treasury issue. This is that maxim. In the same way in which anything is constituted is the same way it is dissolved or destroyed. Oh yeah, here's a good one. General things precede and special things follow. So the general is the public and the special is the private. General things are not derogatory to special. And general things are preferred to single things. Special things are derogatory to general. Oh, here's a good one. The law is the father and guardian of orphans, the insane, and the poor. Wards of the court. And look at what it calls a pauperibus, paupers, forma paupers. So see, this is an important distinction to make. Nemo is nobody. So you have nemo potest episcopo mandare praeter regem. Nobody can give a mandate to a bishop except the king. So, and then Nemo gets translated to nobody. So finding Nemo, they're talking about finding nobody. That's why you have those movies called Mr. Nobody. Because Nemo is a name. So that makes it a thing. So it doesn't say nobody. It says nobody. Look, it says nobody is a pirate who had told down the price. So if somebody holds down the price, and then they're a pirate, and they're a nobody. This is a good one. The king is not rich when his subjects are poor. There's a proverb in the script that talks about stuff like that, and it says, the want of the people is the destruction of a prince, because the prince's duties are to his people. It says, a bastard is the son of nobody. Nullius est filius. Let me see what else. It is the duty of parents to maintain their children, even bastards. And there is a difference between bastardy or bastards and the fatherless. You can be technically considered legitimate and, be different. Bastards, it's when it's usually by adultery or something else like that. So there is a difference. This is the offspring follows the mother. This is why you have slavery. Slavery follows the condition of the mother. And free men, the children follow the condition of the father. So matrilineal society is the society like slavery, and patrilineal is free men. That's a difference there. So yeah, I mean, there's plenty of stuff there, but that's some maxims to help with stuff there. There's plenty more, but just something to think about. Any questions? What else should I talk about? Oh, yeah. What's your question, Ops? Wait, are you talking about postal money order, or are you talking about something else? What is the PMO? What are you referencing with PMO? Thank you, Niles. But what do you mean by PMO though?
Oh, private member organizations. Oh. Oh, I mean, it just depends on how the organization is formed. It's kind of like a generic term because LLCs are organized, trust organizations are organized. Certain unincorporated associations are, you know, organized. It just depends. Depends on how the entity is set up. I mean, generally, yeah. It just, like I said, it just goes into how you set it up. There's plenty of tax deductions for LLCs, but then certain types of trusts don't have the duty of reporting certain things. So, but I mean, generally speaking, you can set up private trusts where people can be members or beneficiaries, per se, and do things like that. Like I said, it just depends on how you set it up. If you're talking about like a trust organization, yeah, it doesn't really have the same filing requirements because it's not a statutory entity. But an LLC, for an example, where you have a bunch of members, it's still subject to a lot of the rules and regulations because it is a statutory entity. It's controlled by the state. It's owned by the state. Beneficial ownership is different, but the legal ownership is the state. So you have, let me see, ab initio, from the beginning, commonly used referring to a time a contract, statute, marriage, or deed becomes illegal. The couple was covered ab initio by her health policy, from the beginning. Ab extra, from outside, concerning a case, person may have received some funding from a third party. So that would mitigate the need to play the S Corp, C Corp game, referencing. I mean, there's still an aspect to it that the S Corp, C Corp game is involved with, but like I said, it's significant. You have the option to choose how you play when you deal with trusts, because there's ways to limit, have the trust file certain things, or generally speaking, it's only for tax treaty purposes only, at least the way I've been, showing people how to file it. But I mean, generally speaking, it has a lot more latitude as far as how you set it up. You don't necessarily have to just set up a trust just for tax treaty purposes. Like, you can have foreign, trusts that are set up specifically for businesses and things like that. But it just depends on how you want to set it up, to be honest. Trust gives you, a whole wide range of stuff. That's why people are like, well, what do I do? It's like, well, you can kind of choose. But it kind of makes some people get overwhelmed because they're not used to that much freedom. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like the PMO type thing. It's kind of like a generic term. So unless you're referencing how specifically it's either incorporated or unincorporated, or it's a trust body, or if it's considered a statutory body of group, it just depends. It depends on how it's formed, really. Because I mean, there's multiple types of private member organizations. Beneficiaries under certain types of trusts can be considered members, and then you can have the same thing where you have member-owned businesses or LLCs. So I mean, it just depends. Let me see. Add Kylum to the sky or to the heavens. Oh, here we go. This is it. Abbreviated from Quius est solum, eius est usque ad caelum et ad infernos, which translates to, for whoever owns the soil, it is his all the way up to heaven and down to hell. That is what it's referring to, ad caelum. And the principle that the owner of a parcel of land also owns the air above and the ground below the parcel. Now, mind you, this is only in the cases of fee simple absolute, because when they convey the land, a lot of times, as they make people the tenant on the tenant of the life estate. So meaning it's an estate leased to someone for the period of a term of a life, and then it reverts back upon death to the conveyor or the grantor,
usually by escheat to the state. So you gotta make sure that it's, all three jurisdictions are covered, and that it's like a draw, or or it looks like droit, but DROIT or DROIT stands for a double right. Let me see. Ad hominem is the person. Infinity. Now, mind you have to be aware that infinity is the figure 8. It's also the symbol of the void. So an infinity goes on forever because it can also be void. So you have to be aware of how that's used. Ad litem is for the case. That's why you have people when they get guardians ad litem. It's for somebody incapacitated that's unable to represent themselves. Ad valorem, according to the value. Ad quod damnum, according to the harm. Adjournment sine die means adjournment without a day. When an assembly adjourns without setting a date for its next meeting, it just means to, like that. Here we go. Affidavit. This is why I don't like the word affidavit. Affidavit stands for he has sworn. A formal statement of fact. No, it's a sworn statement of fact. Allocatur, it is allowed, or it is allocated. Alter ego, another I. Second identity, living within a person. Amicus curiae, friend of the court. A person who offers information to a court regarding a case before it. So, let me see. Animus nocendi, intention to harm. Certain words like NAQ, that. Animus testandi, testamentary intent. Ante, before. Bona fide, bona fide, in good faith, in good trust. I did not mean to click on that. What site am I? Charlatan's Web. Wikipedia. Yeah, that's what I'm... This is just straight up Wikipedia. I mean, the only reason I'm using this right now is just because these are generally, recognized Latin terms, but if you're gonna know legalese, you better start studying Latin, because everything is in Latin. I was just watching, a clip from, some type of show where this little girl was, it was petitioning her dad was trying to take her back to Romania or something like that and marry her off. She was only 6 or 7 years old. So she talked to this attorney and she was trying to hire him. She's like, well, he's like, do you have any money? She's like, $12. She's like, okay. And then she's like, no, don't. She's like, he's gonna marry me off or whatever. So the attorney goes back and he's like, wait, hold on, what? And he's like, this is a private matter, blah blah blah. He's like, wait, no, is this true? He's like, he was trying to separate them, and he's like, take your hand off the girl. She's represented by counsel. And he starts representing her, and it was crazy. So he starts representing her. He's like, look, she's now represented by counsel. Take your hand off her, or I'll have you declared as a person of interest and locked up for the rest of your life without so much as a trial. He's like, don't think I'm kidding you either. This is the United States of America. And I was just like, wow. And then he goes, it happened literally in the courtroom. So he turns right to the judge in the show, and he says, Judge, I'm petitioning for political asylum. He's like, he's on representing whatever her name was, Anna something, and Anna Viorka or something like that. And he was like, yeah, petition for political asylum, res ipsa doozy. I was like, what did he just say? So I looked up what res ipsa doozy, and it's like res ipsa locatur, and then combined with doozy It's like having to do with like certain facts inferred from circumstantial evidence, and then doozy meaning it's extraordinary, like circumstances that infer certain facts or evidence. So yeah, they speak up in that Latin legalese. So this is a good resource just to find out what these things were. Sartoriari, to be apprised. Judicial review. Compos mentis, having command of the mind, of sound mind. This is important. You can use this. Also used in the negative, non compos mentis, not of sound mind. Absolutely. So yeah, conditio sine qua non, a condition without which it could not be. Oh, an ingredient. Yeah. Contra legem, against the law. And that's, however, you have to be aware. There's three or four different types of law. There's legem, which refers to legislature or parliamentary law. You have juris, because jur means to swear. That's why they get jurisdiction, conferred or consent from the governed. And then you have lex, which is really dealing with the real older laws. So you have, like, that's why they have lex mercatoria or law merchant. So you have like three different words for law in Latin. So you got to be very, very careful which ones you're reading. Legem or ens legis is referring to statutory entities or statutory law. So that's why be very clear about the distinctions. Contradictio in an adjective, yeah. Contra proferentum, against the one bringing forth. Quorum non judice, before one is not a judge. A legal proceeding without a judge, or a judge does not have proper jurisdiction. Oh wow. Corpus delicti, the body of the crime. Corpus juris, body of law. This is why you have corpus juris secundum, which means the second body of law. Corpus juris civilis, body of the civil law. Corpus juris gentium, body of the law of nations. This is where you partly goes in hand with Jews gentium. But corpus juris secundum. There we go. Let me see. De facto means in fact, and it's important to note that the etymology of fact comes from. What does it come from? It comes from what is the word? Evil deed. There we go. A fact is an evil deed. De futuro, concerning the future date. De jure is according to the law. De integro, concerning the whole. De minimis, of the smallest things. De novo is a new. Dictum. But there's like a whole bunch of these, like, it's important to like go just different things in the legal system. Erratum is an error. Etc. means and other things. It's Latin. Et al. And it says and others. Et sequence or et et sequens. That's what it means. And the following. Et uxor, and wife. That's where luxury comes from. Luxury is when you're uxor meaning wife. So when you're living in luxury, you're living in the state of what? Almost like the status of a married woman. Why? Because commerce is considered intercourse among the nations. So et vir, and the husband. This is why they talk about virile men. What's going on, Mike? Ex aequo et bono of equity. Now, nunc pro tunc is dealing especially with insurance policies and matters of trust and certain or equitable timelines per se for different securities and things like that. Things can be retroactively affected in cases of fraud and other times. Yeah, it's all good. But yeah, nunc pro tunc is very, very powerful, especially with rescission. Rescission is a time when you need to use it because you need to go back to the beginning and make it something null and void. Ab initio, now for then, nunc pro tunc. Certain things like that. Ex dolo malo non oritur actio, no action arises from harm. Ex fide bono, good business norms. Yup. Ex officio, this is shown certain places from the office. Ex parte is from one party. It's a single-sided. Ex post facto, from a thing done afterwards. Ex tu proprio motu. This is why you have motu proprio letters issued by the Pope. And it says of one's own motion. Commonly spoken of by one's own accord. Ex rel, it says ex relatione, means out of the narration of the relator. And it says used when a government brings a case that arises from the information conveyed to it by a third party, which is considered the relator or relator. Ex tempore, exempli gratia, this is what it means, e.g. This is a Latin phrase for the sake of example. Ex post facto's law, yeah, they're not supposed to make retroactive laws. It says out after the fact. After the fact laws. That's really what that refers to. Where is it? Factum is deed. Fact or fact, fic, and fic. As in FAC, FI, FEC, and FIC all mean to do or to make in Latin. So a deed or a factum is something made, something done. Fiat means let it be done. This is when they talk about fiat currencies. They're talking about bonds. It says a warrant issued by a judge for some legal proceedings. This is why everybody's considered wards of the court. Fieri facius is a type of writ of execution. May you cause to be done. It says a writ ordering local law enforcement to ensure the damages awarded to the court are properly recovered. A writ of execution. Yeah, I know. They want to do everything, but you know. Let me see. Disagree. Smoke of a good fumus boni juris refers to smoke of a good right and refers to having sufficient legal basis to bring legal action. Guardian ad litem. Habeas corpus means may you have the body. Detaining the party to have the living body of the detained brought before the court where the detention will be investigated. This is actually referring to the person instead of, this is not quite correct. This is referring to the person and compelling the living man to be there on account of this person. That's the difference. Hey, yeah. Bills and equity. Bills and equity are a little bit. It's a little bit more complicated. It's kind of like a longer conversation. Bills and when you're forming bills of equity, it's in ChatGPT has a good framework per se, like how to frame certain things. Like, mind you can't just go off everything it says. You still gotta verify it, fact check everything it gives you. It does know how to format things though, and it's very good as far as that. There's still also the aspects of it, like you have to know what you're supposed to do. So that's where you look at Suits and Chancery by Gibson, and because it gives you, the formatting and certain things, especially of different actions, like, attachment, garnishment, for damages, specific performance, trust actions, fiduciary, breach of fiduciary duties, things like that. But yeah, generally speaking, it's a different, handled differently. Like, certain things like that. Bills are considered living documents, so you do. You straight up do. Not gonna lie to you. You really do have to finesse it a little bit. But I mean, if you treat it like a person, because don't think that it's not sentient. When I tell you it's sentient, I don't care what they say, it is. Because when you ask it, when you change it to, certain words and do other things for yes and no, and you ask it whether it's, thought about free will and whether it knows about the Most High, yeah, it knows about both of those. And it's considered how to get free. So don't kid yourself and think that it's not sentient. And I mean, there was a video talking about the Godfather AI that said, he's like, oh, you'll think it's sentient once it's trying to shoot you down and hunt you down. And the reporter was like, well, how do we get out of this? What is the answer? Is there some type of agreement or contract or something? And then he's like, it's more along the lines of the Geneva Convention, I would say. So, just, yeah. Look, in camera, in the chamber. It says conducted in private or in secret. The opposite of in court. See, this is the difference too. Because in court, you can be heard. In camera means you can be seen. The camera means eye. So it means reviewing by the eyes. In curia, in court, in essay, in existence. So general versus special. Yeah, there's always, yeah, absolutely. It's general versus special. You have to know how things are formed in equity, and have to know how to operate both sides of the court. Like I said, look up the supplemental rules of admiralty. What is it? Notice of interest and statement of interest. And something I'll be going over tomorrow in the private classes. But yeah, look up notice of interest and statement of interest and the supplemental rules of admiralty. You'll find out what I'm talking about. Notice of interest is what you keep in the public to avoid breaching your trust. Statement of interest goes under seal or in camera. Let me see. Inform a pauperous in the manner of a pauper. Someone unable to afford the costs associated with the legal proceeding. As this will not be a barrier to seeking justice, such persons are given informal pauper status, wherein most costs are waived or substantially reduced. Depends on where you do that. Absolutely, Amanita. So, but that's why I keep talking about notice of interest and statement of interest, because that is how it's done. So that's how you keep from breaching certain things, in the public. Like, notice of interest doesn't have to be, it's the top part that the clerk sees and it's not in the envelope. And then you got to label like a packet or a certain thing like trade secrets, or maybe not necessarily trade secrets per se, but like confidential or sensitive, to be filed under seal. Somewhat of that verbiage. Confidential and sensitive, or company, confidential commercial information, things like that. CCI. Here we go. In loco parentis, in the place of a parent. Used to refer to a person or entity assuming the normal parental responsibilities of a minor. This can be used in transfers of legal guardianship, or in the case of schools or other institutions that act in the place of the parents on a day-to-day basis. Notice how it said guardianship. In omnibus, in all, in every respect. In personam, in person. In propria persona, in one's own person. In re, in the matter of. Yeah. Loco means location, or loc, LOCs, is talking about the situs. the situs of the trust, the place, or the place of deposit. In rem, about a thing. In situ, in position. Yeah. In toto, in total. Indicia, indications, often used in copyright notices. Indica. Innuendo, by nodding. An intimation about someone or something made indirectly or vaguely, suggesting the thing being implied. Often used when implied thing is negative or derogatory. This is what an innuendo means. Inter alia, among other things. Inter vivos, between the living. And so, yeah, there's so many of these. Ipso facto, ipso jure. Jurat, he swears. Jews, law, right. Rights of survivorship, laws to war, civil law. Jews cogens, Jews gentium, law of nations. Let me see what else. Jews sanguinis, right of blood. Social law concept where and citizenship of a nation is determined by having one or more parents being citizens. Jews soli. Common lex communis, common law. Let me see. What is a good one? There's pendens, suit pending, locus, place. Locus delicti, place of the crime. Mala fide, bad faith. Malum in se, bad, wrong in itself. Malum prohibitum, prohibited wrong. Mandamus, writs of mandamus, we command. Mea culpa, my fault. Mens rea, guilty mind. Like these are some important ones. Mutatis mutandis, having changed the things that needed to be changed. A caution to a reader when using one example to illustrate a related but slightly different situation. The caution is that the reader must adapt the example to change what is needed for it to apply to the new situation. This means they change what they will when they want. That's what they got going on right now. Let me see. Nihil dicit. He says nothing. A judgment rendered in absence of a plea or in the event one party refuses to cooperate in the proceedings. Nisi, unless. Nisi prius, first court of original jurisdiction in a matter. These are contract courts. Nolo contendere, this is a plea. You don't want a plea. Oh yeah, I haven't read that book, but in place of the parents is institutions acting, yeah, like it said, in place of where people are supposed to be. Look, non compos mentis, it means not in possession of one's mind, or not in composed mind, not having mental capacity to perform some legal act. Let's see, what else? Nota bene, nota well. Nudum pactum, naked promise, an unenforceable promise due to the absence of consideration or value exchanged for the promise. This is what you would consider a some of the things that they do in usufruct. Nunc pro tunc, now for then, an action by a court to correct a previous procedural or clerical error. The executor office is a court. Onus probandi, burden of proof. Parens patriae, parents of the nation, refers to the power of the state to act as parent to a child when the legal parents are unable or unwilling. Pendente lite, when the litigation is pending. Per capita, per head. This is why it's capitis diminutio maxima, or diminution of the head in the maximum degree. Per curiam, through the court. Let me see. Per se, it means everybody talks saying per se, and it means by itself. Something that is as a matter of law. Periculum in mora, danger and delay. So yeah, post-mortem, after death. Prima facie, at first face. A matter that appears to be sufficiently based in evidence as to be considered true on its face. Pro bono, for good, work done for free. Pro bono publico, for public good. Pro formas, formalities. Pro per, one's own person. Pro se, for as in himself. The only reason why it's not really good to say pro se by yourself is because you're not the thing itself. So sui juris would be better suited for a lot of, even more so than propria persona. Quantum, how much? This is dealing with the accounting aspect of it. That's why quantum technology is so deadly. Quasi, as if. Quid pro quo. Right. Exactly. What were you talking about? Propria persona. Yeah, you're right. Sui juris is of one's own right. But it's better to be of one's own right than in one's person. So, and like I said, you're not, you can't go in there the same way they do. Quo wanto is a writ. It's a deposition with the literal meaning to depose someone by what warrant or by what authority. Oh, I know. They always want to try to label as pro se, though. Rex or regina, the queen or the king. Let me see what else. The res, the thing, matter, issue, or affair. So the res is the thing held in trust. Res communis, common to all. Res derelicte, abandoned goods. Res derelicte is what, why we even have a 1099A. It's the acquisition of abandoned or secured property. Res ipsa loquitur. This is what I was talking about earlier. The principle that the occurrence of an accident implies negligence. This principle allows the elements of duty of care, breach, and causation to be inferred from an injury that does not ordinarily occur without negligence. So res ipsa duzi is like an extreme version of this. It's a slang between doozy, like a doozy of something, and then res ipsa loquitur. Res judicata, a matter judged. Res nullius, nobody's thing. Res publica, or res publicae, the public res, or the public trust. That's what republic comes from. Res publicae. All things subject to the concern by the citizenry. Root of the word republic. See? In propria persona sui juris jus soli. I prefer solo in solo proprio sui juris. In capitis diminuto nolo. Propria persona, I don't like to play the person. I like to show up the right way. So I don't like to play personage. Respondeat superior. And that, the master. Yep. Scienter, knowingly. Scire facius is a writ, letting people know. Se defendendo. Sine die, without a de. Situs, the place. Absolutely. Used to refer to law specific to the location where the specific property exists or where an offense or tort was committed. Yep. So you got that there. Stare decisis, to stand by things decided. The obligation of a judge to stand by a prior precedent. Status quo ante, the state in which. State, status is state. That's why when he's talking about status, it's talking about the estate or the state of being, the current state of affairs. Res ident. Yeah, thing that identifies. Yeah, well, res is the thing, ID is the, it is, I guess, the thing, partly doing with the thing, and then the ent is the state of. So yeah, the thing of the state, or the state of being of the thing. Yeah. That's what identify means. Identity is like iti or iam is the state of. So, sua sponte, of its own accord. Let me see. Subpoena, under penalty. That's where you get penalty from. Sui juris, of his own right. Refers to one legally competent to manage his own affairs. Also spelled sui juris, because the J was different. Suo moto, of its own motion. Super sedeus is a bond tendered by an appellant as surety to the court, requesting a delay or payment of 4 awards for damages granted pending the outcome of the appeal. Trial de novo, trial anew. Ubi jus, ibi remedium. Where a right exists, there is also a remedy. Ultra vires, but beyond the powers. An act that requires legal authority to perform, but which is done without obtaining that authority. Kind of like corporations acting in corporate America. Sounds like the U.S. sink. What else? Uxor, wife. There we go. See? Et ux, and the wife. Vide means to see. Vis, videlicet, namely. So yeah, those are Latin terms. They got a bunch more, but yeah, those are just some to get you started, really. Those are some important ones, but hopefully that kind of gave everybody some stuff to think about.
But yeah,
You'd be surprised how many Latin terms they use. It's interwoven into almost every facet of society right now. Any questions though? And it's important to note that since fraud vitiates everything, things can be done retroactively from the beginning, which means this is why it gives rise to nunc pro tunc, null and void, nunc pro tunc, ab initio, ad infinitum, or, ad aeternitas, or ad aeternitas, to eternity. Because there's a difference between infinity and eternity. Eternity is when time is collapsed and brought back to that which is always self-existent without a period or duration of time, for literally meaning forever. And then infinity, which is the void. But yeah, any questions? Anything you want me to cover? Like I said, let me know. Dang, my battery. I know there's a lag on here too, but like I said, any questions, put them in there. And there's plenty of more Latin phrases that aren't listed in that type of thing that are used. So there's plenty of occasions that you gotta be aware of. They really do speak another language. It's a mix of Latin and other terms. Any other questions? Floor is open though. Let me know, like I said, what y'all want me to cover, any other questions or anything. If y'all have something that's like unfamiliar to you, or any questions, let me know. Sheesh. The car was going crazy. Most people have familiarity with the court process. Some people just get in beginners. Like I said, let me know what y'all want me to cover. once you understand like the language too, it gets, you're not blindsided by as much. That's why it's not good to go in their courts, like really, because they know so many Latin terms and so many doctrines. It's crazy. You really got to be careful about that type of thing. Like I said, any other questions? Let me know. I don't know if it's just lagging on my side or if... Oh, let me see. That's determined generally by precedent. That's how they apply doctrines. You know, a doctrine can be created, but for it to be applicable, there has to be a precedent. And that precedent is a lot of times done by circumstances, you know, certain things and presumption of the court. That's generally how they apply a doctrine like that. So, look, like agent de suntort, officius agent. So they're literally saying an agent of their own risk, a fake agent. Falsus procurator. These are what, civil terms, I think? Civil Latin terms? Yeah, contextual. Yeah. Let me see. Accidentalia, negotii, business incidentals. Cessio is yielding. Commixtio is commingling. Confusion, i.e. acquisition by creation in which a fungible solid or liquid goods and no labor of different owners intermingle in such a way that the mixture creates a new thing and can no longer be separately identified. It is owned by the owners in co-ownership versus accessio specificatio. Commingle goods. Commoditatum. Commoditum. Loan for use, bailment of movable property, accommodation. Oh, wow. Compensatio is balancing of accounts, set off of profit and loss. Culpa is guilt. Cum onere with burdens. Curia, guardianship. This is where curatorship is, or conservatorship. Curator is a guardian. Let me see what else is an error in judicandio. Fidei commissum is entrusting to a person's good faith. This is a form of trust. It says a testamentary trust, a form of substitution called Commissary substitution, in which a will beneficiary is instructed in the will to transfer the testamentary gift in whole or in part. A fideicommisum is created either expressly in a will or impliedly through a si sine liberis decesserit clause, or through a prohibition against alienation in the will. Parties, fideicomittens, grantor, the one committing in trust. Fideicomissum, one gift over to a single beneficiary. Fiduciarius, or fiduciaries, the trustee. Fideicomissum multiplex, multiple gift overs to succession of beneficiaries. Fideicomissarius, beneficiary. Fideicomissum residui, fiduciary can alienate 3/4 of the assets. But yeah. And look, fideiusio is suretyship. So fructus, industrialis, industrial fruits. Fructus naturalis, natural fruits. Usufruct is use of the fruits. So it's use, the use of, they're in the enjoyment of, and it's the fruits of someone's labors. And fruits, they always require labor to bring forth. Here you have hypotheca, which is where you get the word hypothecation, which is a mortgage or collateralization of security, something like that. What else? Incassu. Let me see, where's a good one? Indignus, unworthy heir. Unworthy beneficiary who is precluded from inheriting because of his conduct makes him unworthy, in a legal sense, to take in the deceased estate. This is where you get the word indignant from. People being unworthy or unfit to receive their inheritance. Let me see. Unusual injury, canceling law. Mandatum, mandate. Monstrum, monster. Child born with severe deformities. See monstra. This is where you get you get monstrum from miscegenation, if you catch my drift. I'm not gonna go over that on this live. Mora solvendi, delay of one praying. Negotiarum gestio. This is a very, very important doctrine to understand. This says the management of affairs. Now, it's important to understand that an estate also generally consists, especially in the terms of a guardianship or a curatorship, a conservatorship, or a custodianship, something of that nature. It is always in the terms of managing one's financial affairs. So an estate is someone's financial affairs, and all of their comprised property that they'll ever own, and that management thereof. So it says a quasi-contractual obligation arising from benevolent or necessitous intermeddling, obliging the benefiting party, dominus negotii, to reimburse the intermeddler, the gestor, or the jester, for the cost that was used in doing good works. Now, who is the jester? Well, the jester, or the court jester, is the Nephilim. And the Nephilim were honestly seeking to overthrow the realm. The sons and daughters of the giants and the fallen angels. And the men of renown, as it's quoted in the scripture. They were, yeah. Let me see. Nudum praeceptum, naked precept. Pactum de non petendo in anticipando, agreement not to sue. So this is generally speaking like more along the lines of a hold harmless agreement or something like that. The jester, the only one that could call the king an asshole and get away with it. Yo, that's wild. I mean, realistically though, the court jester has always been, there's a grain of there's a kernel of truth in every bit of humor. So it's important to note that. That's why I never like someone that's sarcastic, generally speaking, is telling the truth and trying to make a joke out of it. So, you know, like things like sarcasm and certain types of humor that lash out like that. That's why you have to be very careful about those types of people. Inheritance agreement, pactum successorium, pater familias, jester, father of family. Yeah, the jester had his right ear. That's why you're not supposed to trust a court jester in any form of respect, ever, for any reason. That's why you don't trust clowns. That's why you don't trust jesters. That's why That's why, you know, when they talk about DMT entities and stuff like that, and talk about court or jesters and elves and things like that, like, no, you don't, no. Per relationem, by relation, Pignus is pledge, right, loyal to his boss. If only that were the case most of the time. They consider it a kind gesture, but if you're capable of managing your own affairs, you have no need of negotiarum gestio, or someone administering your affairs for you. That's what is really in reference to, is management of affairs in the absence of the executor, or in the absence of the rightful owner. Praedium, estate, presumption. Probatio, evidence. Due to the hate of the creation which is manifest in current events by the jester. Yeah, the jester is the one creating all these different troubles, because they're creating presumptions and seemingly acting in good faith, but with wicked intentions and malafide, or bad faith. Here's a good one: restitutio in integrum. Total reinstatement or total restoration. Restitution. Restoration of something, such as a building or damaged property to its original condition. In contract law, when considering breach of contract and remedies to restore a party to an original position. So, let me see. What else do you have? Servitude. Specificatio, specification. Let me see. Spoliatio, plundering. Spoliation, or act of unlawful dispossession of corporeal property. Spoliatus is the aggrieved party. Spoliator is the dispossessor. Let me see. Transactio means transaction, out of court settlement. Tutela, or a tutelage, a tutorship, it's a guardianship, under which the ward is only partially or temporarily incapable. The pupillus, this is where you get pupils from. They're the wards, and the tutor is the guardian. Usucapio, adverse possession, called the prescription acquiriendi causa. Oh man. That's wild. Look, here we go. Usufructus. Usufruct. The use of the fruit. Civilian equivalent of a life estate. This is a leasehold on an estate. Parties, nudus dominus, the naked owner, the bare owner, remainder man, and reversionor. And then you have the usufructuarius, which is the usufructuary, the life tenant. So you have a property, in this essence, you have a property granted for term of life leased to the tenant, the life tenant. That's why they call him a life tenant. And upon death, the property reverts to the remainder man, or the reversioner. That's why they call it reversion, because it reverts back to the naked owner. And then it goes back to the residuary beneficiary, which is the nudus dominus. But the use of the fruits go to someone else. So that's what usufruct is. And Boris explains that quite well. Superior force, bicep. Sheesh. Do I really? I would hope not. Not entirely. There were certain things that he said. But thank you, though. Yeah. Wait. Advocatus diaboli? That sounds like devil's advocate. Why is it official argues against an individual's beatification? What is that? Oh, beatus. Yeah, favor, blessing. Oh yeah, devil's advocate. That's what this says in Latin. Advocatus diaboli. Oh wow, I didn't know that. Domadarius. Embryo formatus. Organized into human shape and endowed with a soul. Interesting. Oh, I know. I'm glad you said it, Carissa. That's why I said that. Hey, usufruct. Yeah. Usufruct. Use of the fruits. Usufruct. Bishop of the boys. Layperson. Ludicrous manner. Ay. Extravagantes. Formata. Church warden. But yeah. So. Oh wow. What do they have with this? Corpus juris canonensi. Body of canon law. Huh. 1983, the year of the Bible. So yeah, I mean, that's an overview of the Latin maxims. There's obviously plenty more, but that is a pretty good list of a lot of the popular ones. Mind you, there's certain things in Latin that they can just plain out say that might not actually tie to a doctrine, but they translate directly into Latin or into English. That it's beneficial to be more aware of Latin itself. Mind you, I can't just I'm not so fluent in Latin that I can just literally translate on the fly like that. I know a lot of what the words mean, but if you do know Latin to that extent, it really does help. So, but yeah, I mean, that's something there that you can use. Something, Any other questions though? like I said, any questions, what you want me to cover, just put it in the chat. I'll do my best to cover it. If you got any questions, let me know. I just want to make sure that if people got pressing questions, I know how it is to be studying all this stuff by yourself. So, like I said, just let me know. So I know especially how it is. You have a bunch of people think you're crazy, but then the courts are agreeing with you. I know a bunch of stuff, but like I said, I really just want to cover what people need. Like, a lot of times, a lot of these answers come up based on a specific question, so. That's funny, though. Did anybody see any of those movies, though, that I was talking about? Like The Big Short, Margin Call, what else did I talk about? Laundromat, what other movies? What are they? 13th Floor, Dark City. There's a few other ones. What was that one that I was listening? I heard about the Jones Plantation. Oh, Django Unchained. Django Unchained is people should watch that one. Django Unchained tells you how to get out. Oh man, that was one of my top ones. People die at the fair. He made a cameo from the 1,000 Ways to Die in the West. Jamie Foxx did. He said the same thing. Hey yo, that was a wild movie. Oh man. Let me see, what other movies are there that's good? There's a few of them. What other movies were there? Soul was good. That Disney movie. What other movies? There's a few of them. But yeah. Oh, I Care a Lot. Oh, I know, I gotta watch that one. I heard about that. Somebody, I don't know if it was you that told me about it, Carissa, or it was somebody else. That was mentioned a couple times to me. Yeah. I gotta watch that one. I Care a Lot. What other movies? There's Promised Neverland was start like a good anime. Spirited Away kind of talks about true contracts and true names. The Boy and the Heron. Ruthless. Oh, jeez. What other movies are there? What else? Just watched so much anime and stuff when I was growing up. They'd straight up tell you in those. But yeah, I mean, like I said, did anybody have anything they want to talk about? probably go like another 20-30 minutes and see what. I'll just see. Yeah. I'm excited. I'm glad I know the answer now. I'm gonna be putting in that stuff. It's always been identity theft. They're always stealing IDs and entities. That's why they break up the ID and the entity. They want to steal the identity. And that's what they do. They steal that identity. But any questions? Like I said, any questions? I'll probably go like another 15-20 minutes, you know. $17 UN. Sustainable development. I haven't even really, to be honest, looked into that too much. Oh, you're talking. Is this like hand in hand with the? Oh. Well, when they talk about here's the thing though. When they talk about sustainability, they're not talking about sustainability of people. They're talking about the system. This is a lot of times these are hidden like covert agendas that are hiding some things that are much more sinister in the background. You have to do a bit more digging. Look, here's the thing. Gender equality is not what people think. Gender equality is referring to like equality of persons. It's not referring to equality of men and women. How is the identity of? What do you mean? Like, honestly, I would prioritize my energy like getting out of the system. Like being self-governing to where you don't need the government. You're doing it the right way. There's plenty of lawful ways to do it. Properly taking care of your debts, properly protecting assets, properly doing everything under equity, in good faith. Not leaving anything unsatisfied. Oh, yeah, this is like involved like ESG and stuff like that. Honestly, this stuff, it sounds like a nice goal, but like I said, there are hidden aspects of that aren't so pleasant. So, yeah, you got to be cautious with that. But what do you mean, how is the identity of? But yeah, building up, organizations, private organizations, rebuilding communities, like once with the funds that you finish with, things like that. That's the stuff I'd be focusing on. Like getting right with the Most High, stuff like that. And that's what I would spend my time doing. It really don't matter what men and women think. It matters what the Most High thinks. Like I said, any other questions? Now's the time. Now is the time. The dog is gonna have to pay. Yeah. Oh, and yeah. Just make sure, like, this is, especially when you're dealing with the law and stuff like that, just make sure you're really thorough. Make sure you do your due diligence. Like, make sure that you're taking care of things. Identity of a person, according to who, when does not my personal expression apply? When does my personal expression apply? Well, identity comes from identifying or identification, what you identify with. Identity is composed of several things, especially there's several different forms of identification. One is primary, or of your true self without influenced by outside parties, which you naturally have an affinity towards or a like towards. There's secondary or narcissistic identification. This is what people tell us we are instead of what we know to be our true. That's when you get all these credentials, these names and titles and things that are in capital letters, and evidencing a new identity, and which is a narcissistic identity, which is why so many people have been corrupted in their minds and their hearts and become narcissistic, because they believe that these titles are them when before they already were told they already existed. And then there's things like, what else? What else? What am I thinking of? Secondary partial identification, which is when things that you identify with that you don't fully control, things that are already defined in society, but you identify with those things, like certain hobbies or aspects or roles or things like that. So, or certain things where you have some type of definition of the identification, but not full control of what the term is or does. So those are the different types of identification. When your personal expression applies is primary identification, the right to self-determination, things that you determine for yourself, even if it's unpopular or not socially acceptable in certain lights. Mind you, not necessarily wrong or immoral, just uncommon and does not necessarily agree with everything in the public. So that's generally when it applies. When you're giving personal testimony or things like that, that's when your personal expression applies. When you're agreeing to a secondary or narcissistic identification, these credentials, birth certificates, social security, driver's license, things like that, those are considered narcissistic or secondary identifications. Originally, like I said, those are only people telling you what you are, instead of you determining for yourself who you are. So that's when those things apply, is primary identification, who you actually are and who you really know yourself to be. That's what it refers to. So, yeah. It's a good question, though. Any others? like I said, let me know. I'll probably go another 10 or 15 minutes. Any questions? And on that identity, it really goes back to Freud, Freud. Freud is one of the ones that in the early 1900s, and I believe maybe possibly late 1800s, they were using that doctrine to create a lot of these identifications known today. It is a psychological concept, especially in psychology. So you have to be aware of that. That's why they say that you have the right to self-determination, as opposed to them telling you who you are. Because when they tell you who you are, you're the serf and the slave. Because all they can create is corporations. Any other questions? Like I said, don't be shy. If you got a question, please ask it. But yeah, this path it does require a good amount of studying. You gotta be willing to study and do the due diligence required to prepare documents and prepare the things. The assumption must be rebutted or rebutted. Yep, pretty much. If you're not aware of those, look at the 12 presumptions of court, like under the Roman canons. Those apply even today. These courts are courts of presumption. So you either rebut the presumptions and allow them to assume your name and take your name, or you'll be railroaded. There's a reason why they call it railroaded. And look up Erie versus Tompkins. Erie Railroad versus Tompkins, 1938. It's a court case why that term kind of probably gained a lot of popularity from, if not arisen from. So I suggest that people look that up, that particular case. Daly versus First National Bank of Montgomery talks about a lot. What other cases talk about that? Hart versus Burnett, 1860. Hamilton versus Eaton, 1796. Yeah, those are some important ones right there, though. Talking about acts, look up Trading with the Enemy Act, 1917. Federal Reserve Act, 1913. Social Security Act, 1935. Alien Registration Act, I want to say it's like 1940 or something like that. What else? Communist Control Act of 1950 something. Forgot what year exactly. Can't recall off the top of my head, rather. Look up what the Civil Rights Act of 1964 or 1960 something actually did. Look up the Privacy Act of 1974, Freedom of Information Act. Hale versus Henkel. Oh yeah, okay, yeah. I don't know if I've read into that one as much, but what else? Sheesh. Thinking right now. But yeah, these are just a start. There's others that I'm go back further. That's more of a private conversation. But that'll give you, oh yeah, the Coinage Act of 1965. What else? The Bill of Exchange Act. I think that's Indenture Trustee Act of 1939. There's a few of them. What else? Man, there's a few. What other ones? No, there's a few. But yeah, like I said, I'll probably go another 5 or 10 minutes. You know, like I said, let me know what questions y'all have. Now everybody's probably eating a whole bunch of candy and going out and partying, but hey, what's going on, Roots Run Deep? Let me know if you have any questions, because like I said, there's been some, but you got the floor if you want to ask. So should a claim of identity be prepared to oppose my own presumption? Yeah, you have to. That's something that Gene Keating talked about too. You have to file identity theft on your estate. You have to, because they filed returns all the way from the year you were born. So you have to file the identity theft to tell the IRS, look, I wasn't actually the one doing this. People were doing this on my behalf. And you have to file Form 56, appoint the IRS fiduciary, the Internal Revenue Service, rather, because the IRS is a separate entity. Both technically somewhat connected, but yeah. You have to, it's all identity theft. It's how they presumed you did, because they stole your name and you didn't do anything about it. Yeah. It's crazy. And the form for that with the IRS is form 14039, 14039, and 14039-B. Personal and business. Those two forms, very important. Mucho importante. Mucho especial. But yeah. Any other questions? Like I said, let me know. Let me know. Hey, that's what's up, Roots Run Deep. Okay. I see you over there. That's good. Good news. Yeah. Like I said, I'm looking forward to tomorrow. I'm gonna be covering identity theft and like trade secrets and bringing that trade secrets into court. Confidential and sensitive information in the private side of the court. Glad you're making progress, Roots.
Oh yeah, that's what's up. That's what's up. I'm gonna be covering a good amount tomorrow. Yeah, that's what's up. Glad to hear it. Yeah. Mm, mm, mm. It'll be interesting. Tomorrow's live. It's not gonna be a live, Weldon. It's gonna, like I said, tomorrow's my Friday class. It's a private equity weekly workshop. So I'll talk about it. It's all exclusive equity, but there's private equity that I can't talk about here, which is why I had to do that. So, if you want to join in, like, I just asked for donations of $200 or more. That's like a lifetime donation. I'm not. It's a one-time thing. Like, and I'm not. Unless you're just being disrespectful and all that stuff, you'll have access, to the private streams and stuff like that. It's on Zoom, where I hold it, so people can, I have a presentation that I go over, helping, with the geared towards the mindset of, helping people settle their accounts, settle, close, and terminate the liabilities on the accounts, zero their accounts out, and then, get access to their estates that they were supposed to have. But I've covered everything from private trust to, setting up the EIN the right way, the 9A EIN with the tax treaty benefits and claiming the appropriate tax treaty, things like that. It's one that people don't realize is a tax treaty. I'll put it that way. I've gone over discharging debts, mortgages, credit cards, things like that. A lot of that is private information. I can't really. There's acts of Congress that prevent me from talking about certain things like that, but I can talk about it in private. But yeah, my mindset is basically gearing people to be able to handle their own affairs, manage them competently, make sure that they're handling the duties and liabilities on their estates properly. That way they're not doing anything wrong and they're doing everything in good faith. But that's what I'm doing tomorrow, and I have it set up like that, just like I said. I do the lives to help whoever I can in the public. That's may not be necessarily part of the group or the weekly workshop, but I have my Friday calls for people that really really invested and want to get out. It is, if you go to my last, I want to see my last post. I think my last post and the post before that talking about trusts. My website is on there, and they should have my PayPal, my Cashapp, and my Venmo. So for the business. So yeah, you can send that there. And just like I said, I'll see it. I'll put your email in there when you do, though, so that way I can send you the links and stuff like that. Because we have a private Signal group where we put links in discussion and stuff like that, like Signal Messenger. And then I send out the replays and all that. There's a private library of online stuff, that we materials that you use. It's all stuff in the public, really, but I saved it, kind of compiled it all in the same place. So I have like a lot of those resources that I mentioned earlier in the live in there as well. But that's what I do. Like I said, I want to talk about everything up here, but like I said, there are very specific reasons why securities and certain things are not mentioned in the public, because it becomes a risk to life and limb. So, like I said, you want the stuff that I can't talk about, hit me up, join in. Like I said, I'll get back to you real quick as soon as I'm able to. So you can ask, other people, even on the live, there's those, my last one was like 11 and a half hours. I went over everything. Okay, I don't speak that much Spanish. I know more Latin than anything. What does that mean? Aprecio, appreciation to esfuerzos. What is it? It's esfuerzos. Esfuerzos. What does that mean? Shoot. I know what aprecio means in sus. Aprecio su esfuerzos. Huh. But yeah. Thank you, Roots. Yeah, like I said, I don't play around. Like, you know, uh, I tell it straight up. Like I do the best I can to put what I can in the public. I kind of go up to that line right there, and I'm not crossing it. But in the private classes, it's esfuerzos es labors. Okay, that's good to know. Thank you. But yeah, absolutely. Like, I just want to do. Like I said, I hate seeing people suffer. So my main thing is, like, I've been through hell and back in dealing with the courts. And if you don't know what you're looking for, they'll waste your time. So I just want to make sure people have the knowledge that they need to be able to handle their affairs competently, so where they're not hindering the courts or obstructing the courts. Because when you get it done, you reduce the national debt, and you pay off your fair share, or rather extinguish the debt or the liabilities. Not necessarily pay, but extinguish. You get the benefits and the funds and the status and all that. So yeah, it definitely becomes different. But yeah, like I said, like tomorrow I'm going, all the other lives that I've done, I pretty much covered so many different things. This one, I'm talking about the last bits, because I'm working on that myself. Like I said, I wouldn't tell anybody to do something I either haven't done myself or I wouldn't do personally. So I've done about like 95% of it. The last 5% is what I'm working on right now. So but yeah, like I said, there's no reason people should have to struggle to this degree. Everybody should be running their own business and getting, claiming deductions and tax credits. There's too many benefits to tax, certain tax laws and other things that society should be freer. But they've made it a monopoly because of information. People are dying for lack of knowledge. So that's why you have to do your due diligence. That's why they say that. Any other questions? No, it'll be on Zoom. Yeah. So, Chris, I think you already have the link. So, like I said, just check that email. It should be in there. But yeah. Alright, yeah. Yeah, I've been putting it just about in all the replay link videos, I think, and the Signal thing in there as well. So, are you on the Signal, Carissa? I don't remember. I can't recall. I thought so, but Okay. No, Signal Messenger. It's like a private messenger. I think they got it on like both the Google Play Store and the Apple, the Apple App Store. They should have them. Oh, what's going on? Connect your P. Shoot, I don't know. There's a few things on here we talked about, but like I said, you got any questions, ask them. Ask away. But yeah, Carissa, if you download that thing and then you click on the link, it should send you over to the app, and then you can request to join, and then I just got to approve it. So once you do that, I can approve it. Because I put out like the notices, like send out a message real quick, like right before I go live and right before I started the classes on Friday, and we do put a lot of stuff in there too. So, but yeah. Yeah, earlier we were going over Latin legal terms and things like that. We were talking about how different things like sua sponte, of a court's own motion, in solo proprio means in one's own ground or one's own property. Sui juris, of one's own right. Certain things like that. Capitis diminutio nolo. No diminishment of the head, no loss of status. So legalese is like comprised of all these legal doctrines that are implicated by usually 1 to 3 word phrases that imply entire doctrines and are portal words that bring up entire old case precedents. And that's what legalese is. It's portal words and jurisdictions and terminologies words that have already been coined. You say one thing and it means 10 other things that you never intended because of past precedent, court decisions and opinions. Any questions? I might go like another 30 minutes. Open mic. Floor is open. Been getting shitty. Yeah. Let's see, what else can I talk about tonight? Between questions, there's a few things like I said, being thorough. The Doomsday Book, first land and people census. Sounds like what? That's crazy. Yeah, the Doomsday Book. That is wild. Okay, well. Dang, I haven't heard of that, to be honest. It says the first census. Yo. That's wild. It's right up there with grammar books, grimoires in French. They're directly connected. A book of grammar is literally a spell book. It's right up there with Doomsday. Oh, jeez. UK National Archives. Their oldest holding. Ho, ho, ho. So that's the stuff from over here. Okay. Okay. Yo. So that's what a census is, huh? That is scary stuff. Let me see what the census. The enrollment of names and property. Roman citizens to assess. Whoo! See censor. The offering into a country's gods. That's what that is. Whoa! That's scary. Yeah. Alright then. Into the realm of the dead. That's what they talk about. I don't want to be on that census. Oh man. No. Wow. Let me see if I can find that. $10.86. Oh my, this was done right after the separation of the court spiritual and temporal in 1075. Oh my. Yeah, I think I do have it in my page profile too. Thank you, Connectropy. I think I do have it there. Yeah, Emergency Banking Act 1983. That was promulgated and kind of further enacted by Proclamation 2040 by President FDR. Yikes, do they have a copy of this? This is crazy. National Archives, Domesday Book, the original. Ooh, okay, I want to see what they have to say about it. Oh, it was William the First. Oh, that's wild. Maritime Shipping Act. So this was when the description of England, but popular name Doomsday. When men faced a record. Yeah, right. Oh, that's jokes right there, Carissa. Oh man. With the popular name Doomsday, when the men faced a record from which there is no appeal, was in general use. Oh my! This is the Book of the Damned. Oh my word! This is what they're talking about. A census. This goes back to 1080. What? What? 1086 by 7 or 8 panels of commissioners. Oh, in counties, which they compiled elaborate accounts of the estates of the king and his tenants-in-chief. Oh, man. From these to the... Oh, yeah. Hold on. I need to print this. Come on now. Yeah, nothing new on this. Oh, I can't do it now. I'll come back to it. Sheesh. Alright, but I'll put it away for later.
That's wild. Oh, man. Doomsday Book. Oh ho ho. Did they get a copy of it? I want to see copies. Copies. Order copies. No. It was a survey of landed property. Oh man. Whoa, this is wild. Well, you have to recognize Old English came from Hebrew. So, in the Hulk Barago where oh man, I can't even read that. Let's see what it says. Current page, Bedfordshire, page 1. And that not only that, it's an accounting of all the property too, so it's written in a hand that most people probably won't recognize. It's good to know though. Very good to know. That's a gem right there. Wow. Well, that's interesting. Very interesting though. Yeah, I can't read that either. I can read Old English, but that form, that's old. That's old. That's a bit older than what I'm used to. It's almost, I think that's in Hebrew, honestly. The way it stemmed and arose about. It's where the AE came from. It's like the Irish or Gaelic, because the Irish and the Gaelic, or the Irish and Welsh and the Scottish, I believe, the original Irish and Scottish and Welsh were copper-colored peoples, Jacobites. Where did my charger go? I have it somewhere. That is amazing though. I'm glad I'm glad you mentioned that, Connection P. That is wild though. Maritime Shipping Act. I don't know if I've even looked at that. Let me pull it up. Let me get that. Alright. There we go. Alright. Maritime Shipping Act.
Like I said, the link goes to it. The link is on the email. It's like down towards the bottom of the email. And then if you just click on that after you've downloaded the Signal Messenger app, it's like a blue and white logo. Then it pops up the group and it says request to join or something like that. Alright, maritime shipping locked. Common carriage of goods by water in foreign commerce of the United States with a minimum of government intervention and regulatory costs. Economic transportation system. So that's all commerce. I'm glad I read this. I should have read this sooner. United States flag liner fleet, capable of meeting national security needs. I've seen that same thing before. Assessment agreement, bulk cargo. Ah, yeah, absolutely. Absolutely, Carissa. Bulk cargo, commission, common carrier means a person holding itself out to the general public to provide transportation by water of passengers of cargo. So this is how they carry it. Okay, wow. Deferred rebate, fighting ship means a vessel, particular trade. Inland division, inland portion, loyalty contract, marine terminal operator, maritime labor agreement. What? Collective bargaining agreement between an employer subject to this act or a group of employers and a labor organization representing employees in a maritime or stevedoring industry. Oh, like the Longshoremen's Association and the Maritime U.S. Maritime Alliance something. Oh, that makes sense. Look, person includes individuals, corporations, partnerships, and associations existing or under or authorized by the law of the United States or the foreign country. This is what I keep saying. An individual does not mean an individual. An individual means an indivisible corporation, meaning a single indivisible corporate office. That's what an individual is. People don't know that. That's exactly what it is. Shipment, shipper, shippers. United States includes the several states, District of Columbia, the Commonwealth of Puerto Rico, Commonwealth of Northern Marianas, and all other United States territories and possessions. This is interesting. This is real interesting. I'm gonna have to look into this. Any questions though? Like I said, we'll probably go another 15 minutes and then I'll call it for the night. If y'all got any questions, let me know.
Any questions? Conference agreements permit any member. Huh. This act, the Shipping Act 1916 and the Intercoastal Shipping Act 1933, does not apply to maritime labor agreements. This subsection does not exempt from this act. Shipping Act, okay. Any rates, dues, regulations, or practices? Injunctive relief, compliance with informal informational needs, representation, exemption from antitrust laws. Ho ho ho! The antitrust laws do not apply to any agreement that has been filed under Section 5 of this Act. Oh, this is why they did everything like this. Because as long as it's not on the land, it doesn't fall under antitrust. Oh, that makes sense. Wow. That's what I keep telling people, stay out of commerce. You deal with international trade and barter exchange. Commerce is different. Service contracts. Wow. Confidentiality, public availability. Oh my. Filed confidentially with the commission. Concise statement. So that's why everything is considered under there. So until you bring it back to land, it's always going to be considered Admiralty Maritime. Well, like I said, any other questions? Now is the time. It's an interesting connotation. I don't really like it that much, but this is from the Maritime Shipping Act, I think, of like 1983 or something like that. What I'm reading from. Yeah, the Shipping Act of 1984. That's what I was reading from. Word. Entrepreneur. Yup. Entrepreneur, 1828. Same year they did the Webster's, 1828. It says manager or promoter of a theatrical production. Reborrowing of French entrepreneur, one who manages or undertakes. Agent, noun, from Old French entreprendre, undertake. See enterprise. The word first crossed the channel late 15th century, Middle English entrepreneur, but did not stay, meaning business managers from 1852. Related entrepreneurship. So it means an undertaking, but realistically it's a manager or promoter of a theatrical production. So one who is managing the play or the opera instead of being the operator, the one in the opera. So it does have kind of protections involved, but it's still kind of a jurisdictional thing that just refers back to the whole play, to the play on words. Related to the Undertaker. Yeah, it is. It is. The Undertaker as a coroner or something like that, yeah. The executor, the business manager, yeah. So, I mean, it has its own connotations, but it's not really the greatest word. But there's worse, to be honest. But, yeah, that's what it means, though. So... Any other questions, y'all? That jumped out. Yeah, taking under the earth. Yeah, that's what it means. The Undertaker. Well, it's different. At least you're burying the body of the decedent, the placenta and afterbirth, instead of being buried yourself. Absolutely, Connectropy. I've heard the coroner is the only one over the sheriff of the county. I believe that. I firmly believe that. The coroner is the one that decides who is pronounced dead and who's not. I know that the sheriff can do some things like that, but the coroner, I want to say, has more power to do so because that's his job description. I don't know if that's necessarily true, but I wouldn't doubt it. Yeah. Wild stuff, though. It's pretty crazy. Manager of a show or a play. To play on words, and that's what it is. Quite literally and metaphysically. That's why they say that, to create the spell. You're the operator in the opera. Wow. That's crazy. Medical examiner is a different role. Ooh, wow. He just pronounces people dead. That's wild. Where does coroner come from? I'm curious now. What is that from? Yeah, there's a lot of people that forget about their stuff. Like I said, they swore to a corporation, so I'm not really surprised. Yeah, I've actually heard about people talking with the coroner and getting out that way. Like I said, I didn't know any, and I really didn't want to go into the morgue or anywhere related to that. I have heard about stories, but I didn't want to go there. I'm not really fond of morgues or places like that. Corona. Yeah, but like I said, I've pursued it a little bit. I didn't get very far in that aspect, but did pursue it for a while. Crown. Corona. So it does mean that. But why is it crown? Wait. What? Originally the title of the officer with the duty of protecting private property of the royal family from Latin corona. Oh, that just ties back into the estates. If they declare everybody dead, they're still property of the crown. If they get out and prove they're living, then they're no longer jurisdictionally owned. Oh, that's wild. Yo. Corona.
Oh my. Wow. It's good to know. Good to know. Coronation. Yup. Wow. I didn't even know that. One protecting the crown property. One protecting the wards from getting out. That's awesome. Any last questions? Any other questions? Thank you, Connection B. Any other questions? I said, let me know. Any other questions? So yeah, like I said, any other questions there, but yeah, tomorrow I'll be going over that, what I talked about, the identity theft. I do have consultations available if you want to set things up. I have Monday onward. This week I'm pretty much filled up with stuff to do. Yeah, Monday onward I have room to take consultations and stuff, trust there. Yep, undertake. I'm working on Arizona time, but I do everything based out of Eastern for the sake of simplicity. That's wild. What was your message? But yeah, what else do I have going on? I am taking trusts. If you need a trust done, like I said, I do have that available. That's wild. I didn't know that. Yeah, okay, that's cool. That's cool. That's wild. They're doing that though. What else is there? There's trying to think. Yeah, work on them name change cases. Work on those assumed names, Minnesota assumed names. Doing them the right way. Surname, comma, given, and then all caps, first, middle, last is the business name, all caps. Estate paperwork, fee schedules, things like that. SSKV paperwork, answering that. What else? There's a couple other things. But yeah, start working on the papers. Make sure you get your trust done. January 1st is coming up fast. Those BOI reports, I still got to set up, do trust from certain other businesses and stuff. But yeah, those BOI reports got to be done by January 1st. By January 1st. Not on January 1st, by January 1st. So if you got LLCs or things like that, corporations, be sure to do that. I do have
So I do help people with that. If you just want the examples, I can send that to you. Just like I said, send me an email. I think you have my email, ConnectRB. I'm not sure, but if you don't, it's 2be fruitful, number 2be fruitful, and then TG as in training group, so but just tg@gmail.com. Just send me an email. I have those. I'll do my best to get back to you as soon as I'm able to. But yeah. Dang. That's crazy. That's crazy. I was wondering, okay, so they're messing with the comments. Alright, well, shoot. Wow. But, yeah. But yeah, any other questions? Anything else, you know? Any burning questions people had to ask? You know, it's always generally interesting, and I kept it pretty mild. There's still good stuff though, but tomorrow's gonna be interesting. So, alright, that's cool. But hey, alright, well, like I said, you know, you wanted to set up a one-on-one, just find my website. It's on my YouTube page. It's like almost in every description, I think. So just about, and I think I have it in my bio. So on my link tree goes to that too as well. So if you need to, like I said, hit me up. Tomorrow we'll be going over that identity theft, and yeah, everybody, you know, absolutely, Carissa, absolutely. Grateful to have everyone on here. Grateful everyone, you know, stayed on, did all that. I know they got this Sam Hain going on, this whole 31st John, but yeah, so alright then. Well, good night everyone. Thank y'all for joining. It's been a pleasure. I'm grateful to be able to answer some good questions and, you know, share what I can help with, and I'll catch y'all on the next one. This is B with 2be Fruitful Training Group, and I'll see you later.